Ain't. Right. Let's begin. Here we go with another shockadin stream. Going to be doing a little bit of gold farming, trying out some ideas I have about how to get some of the mats for the Ashbringer, and also going to go into Scholomance and just see what kind of time I can achieve in there as far as solo clearing to the last boss and hopefully getting an ace of portals. So, without further ado, let's go. I guess some of you guys might be wondering about this sexy looking set that I'm wearing too, so I'll just go over that really quickly. Don Rigoberto's Lost Hat, my favorite part. We have 3-piece CG. We're wearing all 3 of the Grand Crusader items. Koraji Silk Cloak. 4-piece Judgment so that I can have the Consecrate bonus for my Hallowed Ground, because that is probably one of the best bonuses that you can have for solo farming. And then, you know, I do have a Time Worn add-on, so the Time Worn Ring, and the Band of Redemption, and Hodge for my trinkets, Shield from the Scarlet Enclave, and Truth Bearer, and a Librum of Plenty for solo content. So the idea with being out here in the Hinterlands is that true silver prices have gone through the roof, right? And one of the sources of true silver is the solid chest. And I'm a dwarf with a find treasure racial, and I know that there are quite a few solid chest locations. There's actually a bunch of zones where you can farm these, but the Hinterlands, in my experience, is usually pretty much empty, and I looked at the map, and there are quite a few solid chest spawns in a relatively small area. So looking at that, we're going to be passing through this upper portion first, and then we'll head down into Jinta Elor, and we'll see what kind of chestage is going on in there. Might be something where I have to bring blacksmithing keys to, like, be able to open some of the locked ones and then get a different one to spawn there, but we'll see. That's why we have to go out and test. So let's see, where am I? Turn off details and use my mini-map in the corner down there. It looks like where most of these chests are just kind of where all the troll camps are throughout here. So we will go check them all out. But you know what else I should do is I should turn on treasure finding. Let's find out. There it is. Gotta turn it on. Treasure nodes only while tracking. Okay, just have to turn it back on then. Oh, we have a chest here. It's a Horde supply crate. Two of them. Interesting. Oh, and a solid chest. That's the supply crate. It had moonberry juice and pumpkins. And so did the chest. No luck on that one. Okay, off to the next location. There. Crates, but no solid chests. And if you were a dwarf with mining, I bet you could actually go out here, mine nodes, and do the chests, and maybe do fairly well on True Silver. Or maybe it's just doomed. No chest in there. Oh, we have a solid chest here. Waylaid supplies. Oh, thank you. I think I need to take it, though, just so the chest will despawn. I think that's the end of the route. And now we go into the city and see what's in there. Troll City. What am I doing here? I'm looking for chests to see what the frequency is that I can loot them at. Because they have a chance to drop true silver bars. Kind of boring content, but it's just what I'm doing right now. After this, I'm going to head over to Scholomance and try to see how fast I can clear it. And see if I can get an ace of portals off the final boss. Oh, we have a chest spawn on the next level up. No true silver bar. That's 3 chests so far. 0 bars. It was really hard to gauge how often they actually drop because all of the data that I saw on Wowhead was like based off of 6 chests being looted or something. There's more horde here than I thought there would be. Must be a good place to level. I think he just got a chest up there. See, there may be more than just me trying this out. Oh. What is the shoulder enchant of choice for shockadin now? Well, it depends if you're going to go one-hand or two-hand. Primarily, I think most people are going one-handed, which means you're either going to run Exile so that you can have a little bit more gearing freedom, or you're going to have 5-piece CG on, in which case you pretty much are going to choose like what type of utility do you want out of your shoulder, because Exile is kind of your main DPS bonus, right? So you can go and put Sovereign on shoulder and just increase your consecrate damage if you're a hallowed ground user. You can put Beacon on your shoulder for a very minimal DPS loss, or excuse me, not Beacon, but Dominus, and then Beacon on your gloves for a very minimal DPS loss and provide some free HPS to your tank. Oh, look at that, True Silver Deposit. But I'm not on my miner. Maybe I should just be running around on him out here. Alright, I'm gonna do one more round through the city. If I don't get a true silver bar by the end of it, we're going to Scholomance. Okay. It's looking pretty dry up here. Maybe I should have gone somewhere like Desolus. You know, I was kind of thinking about checking Desolus out. I want to say that there are locked chests that can spawn out there, though. Do a reverse of the upper chest route on the way back. I guess just to elaborate a little bit further on the shoulder enchant for shockadin, one of the other reasons why you actually want to run Exile on your shoulder is that the Grand Crusader pieces are just so good for pure DPS on the Spell Power shockadin build that you really don't want to have your ZG belt on, which means you're trying not to run 5-set, which means you need to have Exile. And you can drop it. I mean, it's not going to be the end of the world to do something else, but Seal Bearer is nerfed, and that doesn't really leave a whole lot of other options for a one-hander other than the Exile rune. Send me to the Plague Lands. It's time to go see the Barov family. And Mr. Gandling, that piece of poop. Alright, time to vendor all this trash we picked up from chesting.
Interesting.
Alright, that'll do.
Right.
Aramere Lake. Place used to be nice. Used to be able to take the kiddos swimming here. Now look at it. Probably a lot of dead bodies in there. We have arrived at Scholomance. Time to flask up. Oil up. Let's pop some buffs. All right. I believe now it's time for the pumpage to begin. Blasting the horn. Here we go. Starting at 25 after. pumping these guys. Exercising the demons. First. We gotta go for these tutors first because they silence, and that's bad, okay? Oh, he resisted Hodge. Kill him. There we go. Should probably throw a rebuke on just so I can kick him if I really need to, but just kind of don't feel like doing it right now. Oops. Got the boss. That's convenient. Can I link you my gear? Lord Blackwood's buckler. I'm going to put together a video probably tomorrow with links to several different sets, including this one. I have a couple different shockadin builds, so just keep an eye out for that. And then if you want to, you can rewind to the beginning of this stream, and I showed all my gear. Yeah, the buffs are... It's never felt better. You know? What can I say? It feels vindicating after having held on to all this gear and continuing to experiment over and over and over and over with the spec to finally have something that's actually... You know, what's the right word? Just... It's, well balanced and viable, I suppose. Maybe you could make an argument on the balance part and say more of the damage should be shifted into abilities versus sunlight, but I don't really think it's in that extreme of a position, especially if you take a look at like other rep builds. You know, you can go over to the twisting sim and you can see that like over probably 55 to 60% of the twist paladin's damage is coming from melee attacks and seals, which, you know, those are basically automated buffs just like sunlight is. We've also had things like the Exo Paladin at the beginning of AQ, before you got both of the set bonuses, Exo Communicator and Exile, to stack. The majority of your damage was just coming from Kalimdor's Revenge. It was your melee, your martyrdom, and the weapon proc. So I wouldn't really say that Sunlight is like some unprecedented outlier that hasn't existed in SOD before. Although a lot of people might feel that way because they're probably not, you know... there's just a lot of stuff about Paladin to know right now, and so many different builds that it's hard to keep up with and understand like the full breadth of what's going on and how different nerfs have affected different builds. Shockadin is 60% Exo now, yes, which is one button. So how different really is that from having it on your auto attacks? Hard to say. I'm just trying to give my take on how I think that Sunlight is not necessarily like some insane thing that needs to be nerfed. Which I'm sure some people might have that opinion. I do believe, though, that a lot of people, if they take it into a raid scenario with other good raiders, they'll find out pretty quickly it's not like some insane world-ending DPS build. You're just gonna do decent damage compared to probably anybody else that has like their two-piece from raid. Yeah, I feel the same way, Kurt. Strathholm farming can be much better gold. Thank you for bringing that up. But the reason that I'm here is for the RNG. I'm gambling with my time, and I'm hoping that I will get an Ace of Portals off the last boss. Because those sell for like 2,500 gold. Somewhere between 1,800 and 2,500 seems to be the average. I've already farmed quite a bit of Strath too, so I'm trying to change it up a little bit. And yes, you can do Strath with this build. It's works virtually the same. You go in there and you just start killing everything. The dangerous mobs are, you know, a little bit less dangerous now that you have sunlight, but the things like the Scarlet Casters, you still gotta play it safe with. I have a video out of how to do the Strathholm farm back in Phase 7. I think that might have even been before the shoulder enchant when I did that, so you're only more powerful now. Notice that I get a good amount of bone fragments in here compared to Stratholm, though, since you're killing a lot more undead mobs, and those sell pretty nicely. I just send them all to my alt right now, because I want to grab some of that easy sanctified gear from the Scarlet and Argent Dawn marks. Now, I have not tried pulling this entire room solo, but I am tempted to do... Oh, okay, we're just going to go with half then, because they already pulled. It's a little bit tricky since these mobs explode. Just kind of have to go in, blow one up, run back out, shock myself, and repeat. Okay. I think I will go for the big pull this time, and I'll just kite the Lore Keeper around. Get a Holy Wrath off, horse out. Holy Wrath in the Consecrate 2. Professional timing. Oh, shit! This guy's hurt. There we go. It's actually the hardest of all these rooms to deal with. Everything else is pretty much free. Maybe I'll get super lucky and I will get a Sawbones shirt. Of all the Scholomances I've done on 3 Paladins so far, I still don't have one. This dude hits pretty hard. He's definitely one of the bosses you want to have bubble up for. But maybe it won't matter. Oh, there he goes. Now he's enraged. Bubble, bubble, bubble. There it is. No shirt. am I full Nax gear? Everything that I would want from there, other than like the one-handed weapon, the Hungering Cold. Most of the Nax gear that you use for shockadin is the Grand Crusader set. There's a couple offset things that are pretty decent at a Nax also. Kiss of the Spider would be another one that's really good. These guys by fearing one of them and just murdering the other one, or we get the curse on us. Stun him when he does the curse. Take him out. I think tier 3 might be good if you had the Infusion of Souls trinket to go with it, because there is a lot of casting speed that otherwise would be wasted. You're not gaining a whole ton off of that though, because it's just the GCDs on your Exorcism and your Consecrate, and it doesn't actually help your Sunlight damage at all. Tier 2 definitely has better bonuses. If there was a way to, like, core forge those bonuses onto the tier 3 set, man, that would be pretty nice. But we can't do it, so. Is he up? What did I miss? Where's... Oh, I forgot the lady with the shades upstairs. Double pull, that could be dangerous. Put on Frost Aura. Go. Lost my sunlight buff for a little bit because I was defensively shocking myself just for safety's sake there. There's the Dark Master. Teleport me again before he even reaches me. There we go. No Ace of Portals. Took just over 20 minutes, about 23 minutes for that clear. Definitely gonna have to go clear the old bags. The 122 rune cloth, not too bad. That'll make a nice amount of world buffs. 41 bone fragments. Bunch of greens. And then a bunch of trash to vendor. I think potentially I can do that faster. I'm thinking about trying to do a jump off of the bridge in the beginning. If only I had a fetish, that would be perfect. Then I could just hop down there and reset them. Unfortunately, I never got one on this pally. Could also look for an AQ. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot going on right now. Don't need these. Or these. Turn those in. Oh, Essence of Undeath, not bad. I'm just gonna get rid of those. Okay. Need a mailbox. I think South Shore is probably actually a little bit faster. Flying to Wildhammer, you have to run quite a ways to get to the mailbox. Gear check, please. Okay. We have the Don's hat, Don Rigoberto. 3-piece ZG. Spalders of the Grand Crusader with Exile Shoulder Enchant. Coraji Silk Cloak for some hit. More ZG gear. 4-piece Judgment for the Consecrate bonus. That's what's keeping us alive for the most part. Leggings of the Grand Crusader. The Time Worn extra hit ring. The Redemption extra hit ring. Our Grelex Charm of Valor. And the Hand of Justice. Weapons are Truthbearer with 65 spell power. And the Naztharim Heart, which I just got, so it's unenchanted still. Talents are down to Holy Shock, whatever way you want to get there, and Retribution for Vindication, the 5% crit, and the 2% movement speed.
King's honor, friend. Be careful.
Blackwing Lair. I do really want to do a Blackwing Lair on my other paladin to try to get the red shield, just for fashion purposes. I'm heavily considering logging over, and I can play shockadin in the raid. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should just do it. Let's see. Okay, we gotta whisper Froyos.
Can I help you?
We'll just fly back to South Shore to get a quick log out. And we're in. Okay. I wonder if there will be any other shockadins in this raid. You know, I see more and more people in the wild trying it out. Do I have what I need? Yes, I have plenty of symbols of kings, some flasks, and the bare minimum consumes. Alright. Yeah, we're ready. Where am I even flying to? This could be a real good time or a real bad time. I'm either going to be delivering absolute pumpage, or I will be pressing escape, or maybe I'll just be tanking the boss. Who knows? Maybe we have enough Giga Chad healers. If I get aggro, I'll just swap to my HP flask and just take it on the chin. I have a feeling that won't work. Okay. Did not want to loot all that rune cloth. Whoops. Let's just put it all in the mailbox back to OGB for now. OGB number 1. There we go. Okay, let's head to the mountain. Full durability, basically. 98 out of 100. Nothing to worry about. 6-piece tier 2 might be actually a good amount of tank healing. Yeah, I think Dominus is pretty strong still. I've been cooking up some builds on the side for Dominus stuff. I just, you know, there's been things going on with the changes to Seal Bearer applying to your Sunlight now, and, you know, just speculation on other changes that might go through, so I haven't really gone too deep into a lot of the theory crafting on which set bonuses are going to be like super Omega Giga and which ones are not. But for now, I feel Dominus is going to be a pretty strong option still. And even wearing the tier 2 6-piece is probably still pretty good. Oh, who's attacking me? I don't know if I can take this guy in my full PvE set. Oh, I'm getting assistance from my mage friend. How nice. See, I should probably put my trinket on to move through here. Ladini. Oh, I was messing around with a Sank gear set. Yep, gotta swap my cloak too. Yeah, I can confirm also the 3.5 or the tier 4, whatever you want to call it, the ret 2-piece for the 30% increased holy damage. It is good on a Dominus build, but then you're using a two-hander. So I have some stuff cooked up for that as well. I had it on the sim where it was basically doing, the DPS HPS difference between all of these different builds is really not much, but I do think that the build using the tier 4 2-piece is probably mechanically the best one for DPS healing. And the reason for that is that it allows you to use those stacks to build up a big heal, right? And you can hang on to that when you know there's going to be a lot of damage going out on your beacon target. So, you're providing the constant healing with your exorcism, which is building up to a huge holy shock that can do up to, like, the sim data that I have tells me it can do up to 15k when you have your full bonus stacked with a holy shock. And this is in, still mostly spell power stuff like Grand Crusader. I can't remember if I was using 4-piece or just 2-piece for that. I think that's, yeah, that was a 4-piece ret Dominus shockadin that I was simming. But there's so many different iterations right now that can work. It's crazy. It's going to take a while to get them all simmed out and put into like 60 upgrades and then go over each one. It'd probably be a really big, boring video. It's in the other room. I was thinking about it, and I need to swap my rings for my hard-earned Zanzel seals. My babies. I forgot to bring my cloak, but that'll be okay. Nixia scale cloak. I'll have to go hide behind the throne. I don't think the SR sheet has been linked. Oh, it has been linked. Okay. Need to go put in my SR. Okay, that's done. Red Dragon Scale Protector times 3. Which boss for ZG Trinket? You have to do the Edge of Madness 4 times and get each item from the Edge of Madness bosses. Which one-hander are you using? Is that Blaze Fury Retributor? Yes, it is. Reason I'm using it is because it's fast, and it has the Blaze Fury effect to help me reset Exorcism, which is really not a big deal at all for the shockadin build right now, but it is some nice quality of life, just always having that button to press. Also, if I were to run Dominus, then it would become a little bit more important to have the consistency on the Exorcism reset. So, a lot of people sleep on the Blaze Fury Retributor, but it's actually a very good weapon. Even this late into the game in Phase 8. Yep, we've only gotten stronger in the Strat Live farm. Like I said, I've been doing it since Phase 7. Before the shoulder enchant, so ever since then it's just been getting faster and faster. The main difference now is we just have enough damage that we don't have to do as much kiting and ranged play with the more dangerous mobs in there. Although, I suspect that if I were to switch to Sacred Shield, I probably could just face tank most of it anyway. Dang, we got a Scarlet Warrior in here. Look at this guy. Joe Exotic. Throwback. He might not do crazy damage, but at least he's gonna look good. Returning player here. Should I get T1 DPS or healing spec until DP2? Or till tier 2. I would not waste any reels or time with the tier 1 DPS gear for Ret. I would stick to just farm reals and try to go straight to tier 2. Do the dragons, do BWL, do Molten Core for reals, AQ20, and ZG. Alright, we're finally getting going here. There was a cauldron back there. Let's take a sip. I'm apprehensive about even buffing myself too much, but we'll see how it goes. Real quick. Blast on. We got bronze, blue, and green. Shouldn't be too bad. Here we go, pulling in 10.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Where's the mobs at? Bring them out. Show yourselves, dragon filth. Here we go. Yeah, one of these raid leaders just whispered me and said they want to see the pump. That means I'm gonna go till I die. We may just have to stand in front of the boss. We'll see. What's the worst that could possibly happen? Couple of eggs left. He is. Tank it a little threat. Pop the bat. Let's go. I think we did a little bit of damage there. Got him. Don't worry, boys. They're coming back. Oh man, can you imagine if I get the haste buff on Veil? This could be disgusting. It could be just absolute insanity. I'm not exactly sure what my DPS for that is because I believe details kind of messes it up with all the trash. But it was probably pretty high. Something is wrong with my wings macro too. I think I'm using the wrong one because it is not popping Kiss. Let's put my PvE macro in there.
Too late, friends. Nefarious' corruption has taken hold. I cannot.
Toot my horn.
Beg you mortals, flee! Flee before I lose all sense of control. The black fire rages within my heart. I must release it!
Hopefully these guys don't rip aggro and get us all cleaved and burned by the fire breath.
Destruction!
5,
Hopefully I don't do
4,
that either.
3, 2, 1.
I must fight this.
Oh. Dangerousness. Tank threat. Not established yet. Have to chill out. Okay. It's like 50k threat on us. We're going crazy.
Run out.
Move away. Man.
Watch your feet.
No shield. Rip. Gotta pray for a shield in the chest at the end. I don't know if someone's logging this. Usually somebody does. This is just a random pug, though. So I can show my gear. I have Helm of the Holy Avenger, 3-piece ZG. I'm wearing all 3 pieces of the Grand Crusader set. Kuraji Silk Cloak. These are just more ZG pieces. I have the Blaze Fury Retributor, Wormscale Blocker, Libram of Sanctity, the New Hand of Justice, Kiss of the Spider, Zanzil's Ring set, just the Holy 2.5 boots because of Grand Crusader, and Gauntlets of the Righteous Champion. I think 5.5k is pretty good for running out and doing the mechanic. Oh, dangerous trash. Kill these flame boys real quick. Why am I trying for Red Dragon Scale when I have Worm Scale? Simply because I don't like the way Worm Scale looks. At least not when I'm using the Blaze Fury Retributor and all this, like, Time-Worn stuff. I do like the way it looks when I'm using my Sharpened Silithid Beamer. But that's just a little bit too slow of a weapon to really take advantage of sunlight with. Even most two-handers, like the fast ones, are faster than Silithid Femur, unfortunately.
Watch your feet.
Stacking on the blue bomb.
Watch your feet. Watch your feet. Watch your feet. Watch your feet.
No two-handed shock for this run. I do have some theory crafting stuff going on for two-handed shock, but I just have, as far as PvE is concerned, I have a much better setup for the one-hander right now.
Watch your feet. Watch your feet.
Shield. I guess I don't. Whatever. Do a little Crusader strike. Oh, no, I won't. Where the tank is taking this guy. Guess back here. Okay. This is real weird. Oh, I'm just gonna pop wings. Let's go. Get the damage out.
Stack. Watch your feet. Watch your feet. Watch your feet.
Eating those little techies. Oh, is that a double pull? That looks incredibly dangerous. Time to go in. Wow, they annihilated him. This is a good sign, as we are coming up on the hardest boss, the Pug Killer, the infamous Fire Maw. The boss with a mechanic so easy and yet so hard. Mythic rating guilds wiped on it in Vanilla Classic 2019, and then claimed the game was easy. It's a 1v1. Some sand, don't I? Don't seem to want to run up here like they usually do. Oh, here they come. think this raid actually has enough DPS so he could just kill Fire Mob before he does his mechanic. You know, that might be an option with this many pumpers. I've not seen any strategic explanation. I like it. We're gonna freeball it. Pray to the light that we can resist some of these debuffs. Do have my fire resist enchant on my cloak. And hopefully the tanks don't mess up and shadow flame the raid, because that would be a bummer. Oh, here we go. Chill out for now. Not do anything too crazy. Just let these guys build some threat before I pop off. Now we start going.
Run out. Run out.
Is that a shadow flame at the raid?
Run out. Run out.
Okay, got my stacks off. Uh-oh. That's bad.
Run out. Run out.
Bubbling my stacks. I'm just gonna ride the bubble out. Soak this with the tank. Oh, that's... I think we had to do that or he was gonna die. think they got it. Oh, the tank's taking the big dam now. Alright, he's dead. Unless he Shadow Flames the raid. There they go. Well done. Still top DPS, by the way. Man, BWL really had some of the best weapon designs. Maladath is so good. These next two bosses, since there's not really any dangerous mechanics, I should be able to get a solid pump in. Did the stun on me. Root powered green. I don't think I've ever seen this before. Sand. Excellent. I'm gonna have to put a nitro boost on this belt. Forgot to do that today. What set am I using T2 of the ZG? I'm using 3-piece ZG and then 2 of the time-worn pieces from AQ 20 and 40, and then all of the Grand Crusader stuff from Nax. Pull up my gear again after this trash pull. These guys are physical or magic immune, so yeah. Helm of the Holy Avenger, Gauntlets of the Righteous Champion, ZG neck, Grand Crusader shoulder, Guraji silk cloak, ZG chest, ZG arm guards, Time Worn gloves from AQ40, Grand Crusader belt, Grand Crusader legs, Avenger's treads, Zanzel's rings, Kiss of the Spider, and Hodge. And the rings, Zanzel's is the best combo. Oh my god, that's a lot of fire damage. But you can wear, you know, other stuff like the ring that gives you the extra hit bonus from wearing time-worn items. That's pretty strong since we have 2 time-worn pieces on. And also the Nax Tier 3 Ret ring is another very strong swap.
Watch your feet.
Because it gives you more melee hits, and that's good. Do some shitty heals on the raid. Yeah, it's working for real. Spell power weapon is not necessarily BIS. Actually, the best simming weapon that we've come up with so far is the Hungering Cold, because it has such a low weapon speed, and it also has the additional chance to proc another melee attack. So, you know, combining that with all the other ways we can proc attacks, it seems to be the best weapon on the sim by a couple hundred DPS. Truthbearer is another really, really good option because it does give you that big chunk of spell power, and it has relatively fast speed and the proc to get it even faster. And then it actually will stack with trinkets like Kiss of the Spider. Not Scrolls, however. Scrolls of Blinding Light will not stack with Truthbearer, unfortunately.
Stack.
Blue bomb on me. Wonder if we're gonna cleave the boss or not.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, letting him get threat. 30k. Let's get him. 40k should be enough. Now we pop off.
Watch your feet.
What? This guy is toying with disaster over there. Yeah, I mean, it's going to look really impressive in this group because it's just a random pug. There's not a lot of other, like, super pumpers that I'm competing with in here. And I've invested a lot of time into, like, collecting this gear set to min-max this out as much as I can. Before I even knew that this was a thing, you know, it kind of started with the sunlight blade shenanigans, and the time that was spent theory crafting all that is paying off now. Yeah, same here, Roamer. I've never ever seen more interest in shockadin as a build since they did this specific thing. There's been so many people asking about it in the Discord, like checking out my videos, talking to the other guys that are playing shockadin. People are just coming out of the woodworks curious about this build. Yeah, it's definitely really good, but I would only say that it's insane, like, in the same way that all the other good builds feel insane to play. Got one sand. I think part of the other reason that maybe it seems like it's insane is because it's such a come up from a build that seemingly like is coming out of nowhere and has been a meme previously. Yes, it's very difficult to mess up the rotation, but I think we're at a point in SOD where you can say that about almost every rotation in the game. Even twisting, I feel like, is pretty much on training wheels now. I'm running Exile Shoulder Enchant.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Just let the tank get a bunch of threat. 45k? Alright. 50k? Let's go. Breathing yet. Just ate the breath. Whoops. Oh well. My hollowed ground will keep me safe. That was lucky. I didn't even have to use my one sand. Time to put on my inspirational pants. Get my oil going. Yeah, I'm using Art of War.
5, 4.
In a raid setting,
three,
I really never have
2,
found it necessary
1.
to use Guarded by the Light. I can solo this cave, because I could pretty much solo it as Ret before. When I would do twisting or stacking in here back in actual BWL phase, I would just one-shot every single mob when it would spawn.
Stack. Mind control.
Twelve kills remaining. Three, 2, 1, 0.
Courage begins to rise. Now, let's see how they contend with the true lord of Blackrock's Spire.
There it is. The mobs. All right.
Nothing to my kind. Do you hear?
Nefarian down. Oh, someone's getting a Locomere. Are there more reals in these? I hope not. Okay, good. Yeah, man, definitely give it a shot. If you have the gear to make it work, I think you'll enjoy it. You know, it's really fun. It's very fun. And it's far more appealing to me than like the strength shockadin thing that has kind of existed in the past. I'm really turned off by that as far as like just the overall feel of the build and only casting Holy Shock once every 1 minute for a buff and then calling yourself a shockadin. That, to me, it doesn't feel right. And my complete thoughts on that are that wearing strength gear doesn't feel right. But I can, a couple of pieces here and there, like I do with this build for some of the hit slots occasionally, no problem. But wearing something like the entire 6-piece ret set, that's a little too much for me. It's probably not a shield in one of these, but I want to know. Bleed can get in there and do loot. No, Grand Marshal Shield is good. The reason I don't use mine for this is because I have the 1% crit enchant on it for PvP. And the Law of Nature would be better for raiding, which I do have on my Wormscale Buckler, so I'm wearing that. Although, the drip, maybe the drip on Grand Marshal Shield warrants re-enchanting it. I just hate to lose that 1% crit for PvP. Actually, what am I thinking? I can go buy another one. Thank you, Noob the Poner, for making me think about that. Yeah, the Nax Shielding Healed is not bad. I mean, it's not great, but it's not bad. The cast speed on it is a little bit of a wasted stat. But it is, you're going to gain DPS from how good it looks, That's always something to consider, and you can't put a number on it. Yep, so here's the gear one more time. Helm of the Holy Avenger. Gauntlets of the Righteous Champion. Those are my 2 Time-Worn pieces. 3-piece ZG set. Grand Crusader shoulders. So this is the crafted cloak from the AQ phase, the Koraji Silk Cloak. You can buy it on the auction house. Another ZG piece, and another ZG piece. Grand Crusader belt. Grand Crusader legs. Avengers treads. I would probably wear a time-worn piece if I had it here, but I don't. The Zanzel's rings, which alternatively you can wear the Ret Tier 3 ring, this one right here, and the other time-worn ring that synergizes with the 2 pieces you have. It gives you an additional, it basically puts a Hodge trinket on your ring. Then I have Kiss of the Spider, and I have the new, slightly updated version of Hand of Justice. Weaponry is Blaze Fury Retributor, and Grand Marshal Shield is good, so is Wormscale Blocker. I was trying to get the red Dragon Scale Shield from this raid just because I like the way it looks, and it matches my gear a little bit better, and I'm willing to take a DPS hit for that. And then Libram is Libram of Sanctity. This gives us our 10% holy damage buff without having Sanctity Aura. No Exo priority on this build. I use Exo quite frequently. What you need to do though is you really want to be shocking on cooldown for one reason and one reason alone, and that is to maintain your sunlight buff. That's where it comes from, is when you land an offensive shock. And you need to be casting it on cooldown because it can resist. So if it resists, it's not going to reset your buff timer, and you're going to want, that's the reason you want to use it as soon as possible. It can also not crit, which puts it on a 6-second cooldown, which means you're going to be relying more on casting exorcisms. However, my opinion, and I haven't really verified this with extensive simming, but this is just my inner brain, gigabrain simcraft in my head, Crusader Strike should have priority over Exorcism, because it's an attack that can, well, number one, Crusader Strike also procs Sunlight, and number two, it can proc extra attacks, which also proc Sunlight. So the damage potential output on Crusader Strike is a little bit higher than Exorcism now. So there you go. You want to know what time it is? And now you know how the clock works. There is space for Divine Storm if I were to choose to run it. I prefer Hallowed Ground, and it's really not that big of a gain or a loss to take Divine Storm or not. You know, the priority on it would kind of be the same as Crusader Strike, but I think, what is it, like a 10-second cooldown or something? You're just not going to get the cast per minute on it to really have a meaningful DPS increase. Look at my book here. I think it's 10-second cooldown. Yeah, it is. On multi-target, it probably is BIS. But I'm a huge stan for Hallowed Ground because you can throw it down to heal up you and your entire party during a mechanic where damage is going out. Alright, time to get out of this raid. Snagged like 40 reals in there, so not too bad. Yes, yeah, Divine Storm and Crusader Strike will both also proc extra attacks and Sunlight. The flip side to that is if you don't get an extra attack or have multiple targets to hit with Divine Storm, realistically it's going to do about the same damage as an Exorcism cast. Alright, I am going to stand up and stretch my legs a little bit, and then I'll be back in like 5 minutes, and I will be doing another Scholo run to try to get that Ace of Portals. I haven't tested on multi-target with Divine Storm, but I would imagine, and I have no reason to believe otherwise, that it does proc Sunlight on whatever it hits. What are opinions on 3-piece AQ set? Yeah, you know, I haven't actually thought about it really at all. My, the way that I'm playing this build right now is I'm using Seal of the Crusader, so Templar would be like a 0 DPS increase, right? Because my Judgment doesn't actually do any damage. if I were playing like a Seal Bearer variant of this, or if I were playing a two-hander, then maybe, well, two-hander doesn't work with Templar, so that's out of the question. But potentially if I were running a Seal Bearer enchant on my shoulders, that could be a thing. However, I think Seal Bearer has fallen behind now because it previously it wasn't. So here's the thing: Sunlight is basically our seal as the shockadin right now. Like, yes, I'm running Seal of the Crusader, but that does 0 damage. So my damage seal is Sunlight. Just try to think of it that way. Yeah, I forgot where I was even going with this. Damn it, what was I saying? Oh well. It'll come back to me.
Light be with you. Safe travel.
Oh, I was talking about Templar, that's right. Yeah, I'm just not sure it really has a place. Like I said, the Seal Bearer... Okay, that's right. So, yeah. Sunlight is a seal, which means the Seal Bearer negative 35% damage debuff is now applied to it. Yeah, the one hand is a little bit slower, so you probably lose a lot of damage there. This is really a build where weapon speed is one of the primary factors for your DPS, to such an extent that even things like, let me pull up my bank, even things like Lord Blackwood's Blade sim very, very well, just due to the fact that it's 1.3 speed. Frostguard would be another one. It's 1.5, and it has a spell power scaling proc. It doesn't really have any stats that are useful, but it's okay. And, you know, that's kind of the same reason why my Blaze Fury Retributor on my other Paladin is so good. But anyways, yeah, attack speed is king, which means Seal of the Crusader, which means no damage on judgment, which means Templar is essentially kind of useless. We did have some very powerful simming builds with Seal Bearer previous to the changes that went in today, but after Sunlight has been basically classified as a seal, I don't think it sims ahead of the normal like mono seal builds that would just run Seal of the Crusader. If it's just something that you really want to pursue, then by all means, go for it. I'm sure you can probably still produce viable DPS for your own raid environment, unless you're in a, you know, very high performing hardcore group. Yes. Always want to judge Crusader. In fact, Crusader Judgment is so good for us, since it adds damage to every one of our Sunlight hits, that if you can, you want to run Libram of Fervor. Now that means you need a ret to give you Sanctity Aura, right? But there's all sorts of little min-max things for a lot of classes like that. I will be right back. get this going. How are my buffs looking? Flask is still good. Most of my world buffs are still on. All right. What's the room looking down here? Too dangerous? Ugh. It is a little bit more packed. Yeah, we're just gonna clear normally. Uh-oh. Double pull. No big deal. Maybe that wasn't a double pull. It just got scared and ran for no reason. Nope, I do not judge or use martyrdom. All I want is faster weapon swings. It's not really, like, vastly outperforming the other seals, but it does outperform them. And, to be perfectly honest, it's the most thematic, like, paladin-like paladin that I've played so far. I'm using the full Grand Crusader set and Seal of the Crusader. Die! Nice, he didn't get the silence off. That was a Hodge proc with a Time Worn proc right before it. Got like 5 melees off on that guy. Same with two-hand shockadin. Right now, the highest simming two-hand shockadin actually is wearing like all the strength gear and the ret set, and utilizing the stacking set bonus, along with Leogan. It's very similar to the way an Exodin would gear. Maybe we can pull these guys. Oh well. The yellow cleave is my sunlight proc going off. That's the graphic that they added for it. No, don't worry about it. You're not asking too many questions at all. Yeah, I do prefer one hand to two hand. Although in the PvP build, the two hand shockadin PvP build that I've been playing lately, oh man, it's something else. I've been really enjoying that. But you know, it has its place, and I don't think that it's really something I would use for like a 1v1 environment. But it is a very good addition to a battleground team, in my opinion. It's dumb. I need to wait for my horse cooldown now to do the rest of this pull. Guess I could just go clear out the guys in front of the butcher. Where's all the mana coming from? It is, I'm using Libram of Plenty right now, so every time I Crusader Strike, I get 15% of my mana back. Okay, where is the... there he is, Lore Keeper. Toot my horn real quick. Get in there. Holy Wrath. And horse out. Comes the mob. Okay. Drop a consecrate right here. Strategic Holy Wrath in the consecrate. Look at that. Oh. Yes, I do get the refund from crits. I have that talented. And then because of Art of War, my Exorcism also only costs like 120 mana. Also the fact that I have, you know, 6,400, 6,500 mana, my total mana pool, I'm getting a lot back from Crusader Strike. Oops, did not mean to pull him. myself back up. Get my sunlight buff back on. Now we can kill him. Give me the shirt. No shirt. Link to gear. I don't have a link to this set in particular right now, but I am working on a video with links to a bunch of different sets that I wear, and I'll show you just what I'm wearing for this farm. It's two-piece Time Worn with my, or maybe this is the only Time Worn, we'll find out. Anyways, the most important piece, the drippiest, the Dawn Rigoberto's hat. Three-piece CG, Grand Crusader shoulder, Exile enchant, BOE Kuiraji silk cloak, ZG chest, 4-piece Judgment for the Hallowed Ground bonus to keep me alive. There's more Judgment, Grand Crusader, more Judgment, the Time Worn ring for the extra hit since I'm wearing the Time Worn Dawn's hat, Tier 3 Redemption ring, ZG Trinket, Hand of Justice, and Truth Bearer, the Nathrazim Heart, Libram of Plenty. I do have swaps I can make to actually get more DPS, but this set is the drippiest, and it has the survivability that I need for these solo farms, thanks to the Consecrate bonus. Probably after the stream ends, I'll put up links to the gear sets in the description. Maybe when I wake up tomorrow. Oh, that was the curse going off. I think it does like 2k damage or something. Time to do a little bit of fearage. And then the pumpage on Alexi. Stun him. Let this Curse of Agony fall off before I go fight him. Yeah, Seal of Crusader is the way. Is this gonna be a no teleport? Oh, damn. I shouldn't have said it. We're upstairs even. It's gonna take his sweet time getting here. Oh, there he is. No card. Oh, my bags must be full. There. Or is this... Oh, it's unique. I must have it in my bank. I do, yeah. Alright, well. Back to town. Let's take a look and see if maybe there's a ZG going. 5-man ZG. Oh, need tank. And need one off tank. Whoops. Let's just run out. What the hell? Blood check. Nothing.
Greetings.
A frost res ring, wow.
Off and away.
Need help? Farewell. Safe travels. See you around. Be careful. Farewell. Be careful. Have a good one. Safe travels. Hey there. See you around. What can I do for you? Safe travels. See you around. Have a good one. Be careful. Hello. Farewell. Can I help you? Safe travels. Well met. Farewell. Can I help you? Have a good one. Well met. Be careful. Need help? See you around. Hello. Safe travels. Hey there. Have a good one. What can I do for you? Be careful. See you around.
My, you're a tall one.
Mail the rest of this crap off.
Off and away.
Where does the sunlight proc come from? It is now built into the Shock and Awe rune. Let me bring my engraver onto the screen here. So there's the Shock and Awe tooltip. It might actually be kind of hard to read. Maybe it's bigger if I go into my rune menu. Still kind of small. But anyways, what it does is whenever you offensively Holy Shock, it applies 100% of your spell power as damage to your melee attacks. And also your Crusader Strike and your Divine Storm. This new spell also scales with the Wrath rune and benefits from your additional crit bonus that it provides. The other bonus that has been added to Shock and Awe is that we now have a 30% threat reduction for 1 minute every time that we... that's built into the Shock and Awe buff. So that's basically what changed, and Sunlight does not work against players, and it does not work while Righteous Fury is active. So it's a no-go for tanking, and it's a no-go for PvP. Which, to be honest, shockadin doesn't need any PvP buffs. And I don't really think Tank Paladin needs any damage buffs, so... It's good that they implemented that. as upsetting as it might be to some people that they can't just run around and absolutely, you know, destroy armies of Horde. Turn. Oh, that's the wrong alt. Alright, time to log over and do a bandage making stream. Just kidding. Let's check out what's going on with the raids again. Molten Core. I honestly could use a Band of Acuria. The question is, do I want to mess with my fire damage to even step into them, or my fire res to even step into a Molten Core? I guess, you know, if it's only heat 1, well, they're already 35 out of 40, you know what, let's go. Big DPS LFG. I have a sneaking suspicion that Band of Acuria is actually a very good ring for shockadin, because the agility, you don't really get much out of strength, right? But agility goes into your Wrath rune and then turns into spell crit on top of your melee crit. So it's actually a pretty good stat. And then the 2% hit on that ring, I believe it can close the gap that I'm missing by not having the ZG set on this paladin. Looks like they went ahead and just started. Oh, there's a ZG. EST, gear score, and spec. Massive DPS, heals off spec, 1 million gear score, HPAL. Let's see if I get invited. I have a personal goal of never ever even knowing what my gear score is in this game and still being able to get into raids. Keep forgetting that I'm role-playing at all times and I have my heart set to Wildhammer Keep. Oh, we got an invite. What's my hit at? Am I just worried about melee hit? Well, your melee hit controls, you know, basically how many sunlight hits you're getting, because it's proccing off your melee. So this set that I have right now, I'm rocking a fat 2% melee hit, because I only have it from the cloak and my time-worn ring. Which is why it would be nice to add another 2% to that.
What can I do for ya?
However, even despite having low hit, or lower than ideal hit, you know, you're still at what, like 93% chance to hit. You're doing a lot of damage. It's just that hit becomes one of your most beneficial stats to look for at that point.
Watch your back.
Now the question is, do I go for the idols, or do I soft res the rings? And try to get a little bit of Zanzil's action. I think these guys are probably not killing Snake Boss, so... It's a gamble on getting Warashi Silk Cloak. Yep, that's what I'm rocking. It's basically the budget version of Cloak of Consumption. It's only a couple intellect less, but it does have some stamina on it, which is nice, especially when you're running 3 of the Grand Crusader pieces that have literally 0 stamina. You throw Cloak of Consumption on top of that, and you have another 0 stamina piece in there, and you really only be one. As much as it's great to have a lot of DPS, I think there's a reasonable limit to the amount of items with 0 stamina that you should consider putting on. Get the UI out of here and enjoy this flight through Azeroth. In the moonlight. Takes a powerful bird to fly at this angle. Send it with this, okay. Better get my soft reses in.
What
Okay, perfect. Some Dominus shoulders. Looks like I'm gonna be doing the healage. So, we'll put on scrolls. To make a couple adjustments to the gear. Dominus shoulder. And yeah, we'll swap this helmet. Gonna do some Dominus healing. The tank will be my little sub, hiding in the corner, giggling and laughing, being healed by my big damage. This will be nice, actually, getting to showcase both the damage and the damage healer variant of this on stream. In the same stream. Better pop the meters out. I think this is optimal for what we have. I do have some other spell power rings I could get from the bank, but this seems like what I would want. It's the Blackrock ring. I think the hit is probably just good on this guy. I could swap for the Judgment legs and then go back to Don Rigoberto's helm to get some more, 2% cast speed, but I don't know. I'm just kind of tired of wearing the skirt. Does this look better? Hard to say. This is more healing. I think we just go Grand Crusader. Need to throw these on my bar somewhere. Right there, looks good. Oh, that's not where I wanted them actually, but oh well. I know, I will put out a bunch of links to a bunch of different builds soon, Tiny Torrent. We're still just kind of in the testing phase and simming a lot of stuff out. And I don't want to get too deep into it because these changes are so fresh and it's possible that there could be adjustments. So I am going to spend the time and do it. I just don't want to do it just yet and end up wasting a lot of my time and effort. And I would feel bad if I put out a whole video and then something changed and then it just became inaccurate. Is Unholy Might bad for shockadin? For the two-handed shockadin, the strength build, it's pretty decent. But I believe something like Truthbearer or Kalimdor's Revenge actually will either match or exceed its performance outside of Naxxramas. The strength buff is kind of uniquely better in Nax because you have that 6-piece multiplier on all of your other abilities that benefit from strength. Outside of Nax, it's really not that big of a deal, and I would say that the spell power scaling proc on Kalimdor's Revenge or just the much faster melees on Truthbearer are more valuable. Going to need to move my frames a little bit closer since it's a smaller group. We'll be healing them as well as doing the big damage this time. True hybrid action. To Rune Beacon real quick. Let's begin. Now this might be a little bit more mana intensive since I don't have Crusader Strike. Thing didn't wake him up. My inspirational pants. Come on, pants. There we go. All the consecrates on these targets are going right into my beacon and healing the tank. Oh, I'm the only paladin. I should be doing south.
Welcome to the great. Step right up to die.
Target change.
Oh, looks like I'm tanking him.
Target change.
I need to put wisdom up. There we go. The tank's got him again.
Target change.
Kind of annoying there's no
Target
one else that
change.
can cleanse sheet. Oh, that mage is gonna need bop. I need to bubble. Kill these totems. Again. The soul flay. Stun them or kill them, boys. Thank you. Good. No time to drink. To eat another rune. And Hollowed Ground is so good for these situations where you just have one group all kind of packed together. Oh, I don't have my pants buff on. Okay, time to switch to Aura Mastery. So I can be in for at least one of Hakar's little thingies, his abilities. Salve in a second. Just gotta get some drinkage out. Looks like the two druids will be. Oh, I just get set to bite. Druids will get light. Else gets salve. Special in 5, 4, 3, or a mastery. My main. Oh, Meowski, what? It's I guess the druid wasn't in bear form, that's why he died so quickly there. Not bad though, it was totally scuffed and we had him below 50%. We'll just stick with Seal of Wisdom. That will keep me lower on threat. And keep my mana nice and juicy. Get him off of me! I don't know what this off tank is doing. It doesn't seem like he is making enough threat. I don't know what these guys... What is happening? Can you boost as shockadin? Probably not nearly as effectively as a prop paladin can. So something is going on with the tank situation. I don't know what. Beacon was popping off on that last Takar pull. Shockadin felt so good in raid. I'm glad you think so. I've been really enjoying it too. So we were keeping up with the mage healer with our Dominus healing on that last pull. Of course, he died, you know, so I guess it's not really a fair comparison. What's happening? Oh, hopefully. Thank God, a Warlock off tank.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Time to Aura Mastery. Beacon on Miss Dank. Oh, it feels so good already having that extra tank. Back on my main. Silence Miss Dank. Easy peasy. Mage took over on that one. Tanks were just not even taking damage. Turns out, having two tanks is a lot easier than having Hakar aggro to your mage and crushing blow him to Bolivian. Who would have thought? Huge consecrate healing gonna go out here. If anyone will take damage. This should be nice and easy. Both tanks in my group for Hallowed Ground.
5, 4, 3,
Silenced. Come on, man. Popping the cooldowns. Holy Rampage. Let's throw her over here. Inspiration back on. POM they're doing. Maybe I'll get super lucky and I'll get a Blaze Fury on this guy. I don't think Wushule drops it. Look at that damage. Let's see what the healing looks like. Oh, not bad. Consecration actually did more than our beacon did, just healing the group up from the hurricane and the chain lightning. Operations not doing it.
Need your souls to shockadin cell.
Pop wings, don't do your glare on me, Bloodlord. No Zanzel's ring. Unfortunate. What is that damage? That's shockadin damage. That's the power of the holy light. The power of the sun. Wonder what my healing looked like there. I did almost as much as the mage. Once again, mostly from Consecrate. The tanks were not taking a lot of damage. Beat one person and I tied one person. I don't know if that's enough to get an idol. There's 4 being rolled out. Well, at least we got something productive done in here. Well, it's getting pretty late. I think this is going to be the end of the stream. Thank you to everyone who tuned in, asked questions, told me about how you are enjoying the shockadin build after the recent changes. Keep playing it. Keep showing the devs and the Blizzard team how much we want a spell power shockadin build to be viable. That said, I'll be putting out more stuff on shockadin.